Testing, testing. 1, 2. Okay. I might as well. Can't keep texting and doing art at the same time. Also, makes me think of Animal Crossing. Yeah, in a way. I don't need to make like an Animal Crossing character if that's the case, because I could just use this little guy form if I ever draw Animal Crossing stuff again. And your PNG today looks cool. Thank you. I call it my villain arc at this point. Because, man, I'm in all kinds of funk today. Or, I guess this whole month, really, to be honest. I hope I'm audible. I know there's probably some sort of latency or something. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, that's good. Oh no. That should not be picking up. Because I have to lower that. Because if the mic is picking that up. No. How do I need a. Is it this? No, I think 10. It could also be my fan. Hold on. There we go. Whoops. I forgot that the fan exists. So you probably was hearing that in the background and not the music that I'm listening to. Hopefully. I do worry about the music being picked up in my mic, though. Because I don't want any trouble if I ever upload this VOD. One of the reasons why I don't stream on YouTube, actually. Because with Twitch, I could just mute the audio when the VOD is already put out here. And I kind of like that convenience. I'm not gonna lie. If YouTube had the option similar, I would have probably streamed there. But enough about that, I guess. How you've been? I hope you're doing well. If you're still there. Didn't hear a fan or anything, but yeah, YouTube is pretty convenient. I wasn't talking about YouTube specifically. I was more talking about Twitch being convenient in terms of like, because. But I'm alright. I just got home from a long day in town. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Because on Twitch, on OBS, which I'm using, um, also tangent. Um, I realized that the PNG thingy that I used to have like my PNG for, which is V802, um, I can actually do GIFs. So I was like, ooh, now I could have like my hair move or something. That'd be really nice. Though the syncing between the talking and the not talking part is let alone like the blinking stuff is gonna be kind of weirdly time, I would think. I don't know. We'll see. I would like to try that out, especially with this form, if anything. I use it also, but I'm software illiterate. Oh, I don't blame you. I half of the stuff that I'm using currently, I don't know what half of it does. Still, despite streaming for a very long time, the only reason why you know, I haven't really gotten that much far with it is because I tend to stream on and off, and it's like I already gotten over like how I sound, you know, when I talk and stream. However, I still have like some performance anxiety issues. The funny thing is that when I was younger, I always wanted to be a performer, like a singer, dancer, uh, that type of kind of artist thing. But uh, when it comes to like freaking crowds and shit, I'm like a deer in headlights. So it's kind of one of the reasons why my little guys like form has like the deer stuff, even though it's like a chimera sorts. So it's like a mix of all the like mythical and like nonfiction animals. So, but the deer rabbit, personality thing is still present. So I'm not just really not used to putting myself out there too much. I don't really much care for the attention too much. I've always been like the type of person who oh, I know exactly how that feels. I always wanted to be an actor myself, but there's no culture in the middle of nowhere. I bet, man. I I'm like the type of person that just when I was in school, I would just sit in like the last rows of the chairs or desks, I should say, and just draw because school was always boring and I have a hard time paying attention to anything. Um, and I would just like be in my own little world, I guess, drawing my characters, making stories, and all that kind of shit. I still kind of do that, but as an adult, your motivation kind of isn't the same when you were younger, I guess. I just, at this point, I just mostly draw out of like self indulgence, or I do tend to do fan art here and there. Um, I still don't much care for social media, but my best friend, who was pretty much like my manager at this point, she was like, giving me some advice or just telling me basically straight up, just like, to get anywhere with like freelance or having like in sort of indie career online, you kind of have to put yourself out there, and that makes me very uncomfortable. I don't I don't much care for doing self promo shit because I'm not really that desperate. But the problem is that, you know, I hate money. I don't much care for money, but like it is a necessity, and I hate. There's like so many things I could say about like the internet in general and my experiences and like how I don't much care for how it is nowadays, more or less. But I have to like get used to the changes as as human beings do. Yeah. So might sound like a fucking boomer or something, I don't know, but honestly, probably one of the worst things I think was social media becoming as big as it did. Yeah, for me, I miss the times when social media was just like this niche thing, just like the internet in general. It was just simpler back then. It was just a bit obscure and like a niche thing where people get to hang out and like escape the realities and the stresses that is real life and stuff, and not have to worry about certain things. And then real life kind of it's like, no, fuck you. Now we're placing laws and all this other shit online, and now real life is like seeping into the internet, and now the internet is not as much as an escapism as it was before, or at least that's how it feels like nowadays from observing through the screen for a very long time, and 20 fucking years of using it. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just like nostalgic about like the old internet days, but I will admit that sometimes it's a little edgy and it's not. But at the same time, it's like I kind of miss that edge a little because everybody's being a little bit sensitive. I can't be the one to talk because I have my own sensitivities and trauma and issues and whatnot. But like, kind of hard to explain. Kind of. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Feels like you're walking on eggshells sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Like, there was one group that I used to be a part of that I'm not gonna mention any names or go any exactly further, but it feels exactly like that with this generation. And it's like I can't really be myself, and I hate that, and I hate people pleasing because it's so annoying. Like I would like to be myself, but it's kind of hard because it's just like I'm overall a very like supportive, friendly, and affectionate type person. And sometimes people don't really take kindly to that, and I care way too much sometimes, and I probably shouldn't. So it's gotten to the point where I just remain neutral and not pick sides to like certain conflicts and things, especially when it doesn't involve me, and I don't give like my 2 cents or like have a say in anything. and just like watch from the sidelines. It's mostly how I feel nowadays because this is one of the reasons why I just like lurk in most of the communities and fandoms that I'm in or servers that I'm in on Discord, and I don't really like talk in them because there's too many people, first of all, and I get really overwhelmed. There's too many like voices, and I I'm only comfortable with like having like a couple or like a one-to-one kind of like conversations kind of thing. Plus, I like it's mostly because of like my own anxiety issues that I still need to work on and get over. But it's kind of hard because, again, like I mentioned before. Also, the only reason why I never like in the past streams when I do art and stuff that I never like use the mic or talk too much because it's like I feel okay, this is how I feel like every time I stream. Like normally when I'm off streaming and I talk to myself, when I get like ideas out or like when I'm watching something, especially like when I'm binge watching videos on YouTube of like because I'm currently like hyper fixated on watching someone play Peak and stuff at the moment. And when it comes to streaming, I can't with words can't come out. And especially when I'm like by myself and you're supposed to fill that kind of void with just like talking and going schizo and hoping that someone like comes in the chat and like provides some sort of input to like, go off on that. But I'm just like, this is why I don't use the mic often because it's just like, again, like that kind of like that deer like headlights thing. Can't really. Now all I keep thinking about is that fucking Eminem song. What was it? Knees weak, palms sweaty, there's vomit on a sweater already, mom spaghetti, some stupid shit. Yeah, I still have not changed that fucking emote. I definitely need to change that emote. I know that's like one of the 7 TV ones. I just don't fucking use it. Yeah, it is the 7 TV ones. I definitely need to go on there and like find a suitable emote for the lol. I just don't like it when it does it automatically though. Another reason why I don't really, I guess, talk is because I have so much on my mind that words sometimes don't come out because my mind does the talking for me, I guess, if that makes sense. Wait, I didn't know the fucking. Oh yeah, another reason why I don't have like my mic on, of course, is because um because I always get worried about. That's probably mostly because of my perfectionism. I am not gonna lie. Like I don't want uh like my family or anything being heard from the background. Cause I get worried about that shit. Even though I probably shouldn't, but at the same time, it's like when you live in a a Hispanic Latino household and your parent is Cuban, uh they don't have inside voices. So that's fun. Did I do that for this one as well? Yes, I did. Okay. I don't know why. Didn't think I would share that tidbit, but well, there you go. I guess. There's a little guy. Now let's see how I'm gonna fucking uh draw the other bestial forms that I have. Because there's already 4 forms already done. I know how that is. My cousin and my dad are the same way. Yeah. It's just that my parent, I love him, but man, he sneezes is loud. When he talks to the phone, he's loud. I love him, but man, if there was like a way to just turn the knob just a little down, that'd be nice. Dads have that booming voice, I swear. No, they do, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would say I have it. I mean, I could definitely be loud if I wanted to. Uh, but I feel like I definitely have like one of those like quiet. I wouldn't say meek, so just like quiet. Not inside voice. It's just like one of those quiet, loud voices, I guess. If that makes sense. Then again, I'm just like overall like a mute, if anything. I don't really speak unless spoken to kind of thing. So which is one of the reasons, yeah, same here. Which is one of the reasons why I don't really talk much on stream. Sometimes people find that offensive. I don't know why. Yeah, I like when you're like someone who's just really on the fence and just remaining neutral and like mute. Like I remember dealing with like one group as well who one of the people started judging me first before I even say anything. And that was annoying because they were like, "Oh, I bet this person is like." They were like to me saying that, oh, or like thinking what I'm thinking, and I'm like, that is not at all what I'm thinking because most of the time my head is fucking empty, no thoughts, as it should be. Not trying to think about what you people think of me, that kind of thing. So they judge me before I even say anything, and that's just annoying. like they mean well for sure, but it's like that's just rude and offensive to me. Maybe it's just like I take things a little too seriously, and I am a bit of a serious person, so I don't know. The thing is that I can have fun and not like you know taking substances or whatever it is to have fun. So uh, BRB. Okay. Like if the person that like I'm referring to is like ever like watching this VOD and if and stuff later on, I'm like, no hard feelings or anything, more or less. It's just, you know, don't say shit like that. Especially when you're talking to someone who has like anxiety issues. Granted, I guess that's more like, I suppose, I want to say hubris. It's more like a hindsight kind of thing. That they probably didn't know that about me, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Making friends is weird. Or trying to. Uh, Especially nowadays. It's so hard making friends as an adult. Or at least to me, anyway. I don't know. Man. Technically, this form is supposed to be bigger than all these combined, but I guess I could just make this form slouch a little. Well, actually, oh man, the teeth is gonna be the annoying part. I feel like this is like a saber tooth kind of thing. Holy moly, there's a lot of people coming online tonight. Welcome back. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna bring up something about how I don't really like it when, like, I won't deny that I could be a bit of a hypocrite sometimes, and I will like call myself out. when I actually do am self aware and I do notice, like calling out my own bullshit, um, and taking accountability for it. But it's like it's when people don't aren't self aware either and lack that self awareness that kind of irks me a bit. And I usually try not to give excuses, but there are times when when I confront them and they give like excuses for like certain things and or behaviors and whatnot, and I'm just like, yeah, no. Either you fix the problem or I'm gone. It's one of the reasons why I get upset with like certain people. Or I just have like my own morals, and sometimes there's some people who I just shouldn't like risk my own set of morals just to appease them or something or whatnot. Because no, I remember getting into a heap of trouble with doing that one time, and well, I stopped talking to a friend recently because of this exact thing. Exactly. Yeah. That's why it's. I brought this up earlier when you were like gone and stuff of how as an adult it's kind of hard making friends, especially in terms of like online and stuff, because like I don't mind making friends with you know of any age as long as they don't fucking be weird, because I'm just mostly here to like vibe and chill if anything. It's just that people aren't aware like of their own behaviors and personalities and the influence that they have on some people who could also be impressionable regardless of age, and how that like people forget that human beings are also sponges in a way. So the people you hang out with, uh I guess in a way says a lot about you than it does to them, I suppose. Or vice versa, really. You just really have to find like, well, it can't be really like an echo chamber or anything like that because they're just, it's kind of a, well, kind of hard to put it because it's just like technically most communities and fandoms and or friend groups is kind of like an echo chamber in a sense because you're just, well, you hope that people have their own autonomy and like have their own thoughts and they could think for themselves and not be sheep. Because I can't stand like the mob mentality kind of shit and sheeple. Yeah, a lot of it's mostly just like I would say sociopathic tendencies or just like people pleasing. Like there could be other factors as to why people do, or just be sheeple. But I guess it's mostly because also like as human beings we're kind of like a bit tribalistic, community based, social creatures, regardless if we're like introverted or not. I don't know. As a person, especially at this point, more or less, not to say that I don't have like emotions or feelings and hormones like everybody else does. Um, I usually tend to think logically sometimes or analytically even, and I'm quite observant of people, especially when I'm not talking, because their actions speak louder than words, as the saying goes. So I remember dealing with someone, or I should say, I was quite observant of this person and how they acted, and I always had a hunch about them ever since. And ever since the events that transpired, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm kind of glad that my instinct and or hunch is correct, despite the fact that I gave them a benefit of the doubt. And I always like try to see the good in people, but at the same time, it's like I'm trying to lower my expectations, but it's kind of hard because I won't lie, I do have some standards when it comes to having people around and or expectations, I guess. But that's mostly because of how I was like, I suppose how I was raised. I don't know. I need to fix this teeth. Okay. I feel like the saber tooth teeth on this big guy is gonna look a little goofy, but I guess I'm more worried about how the eyes and everything else is gonna look because it's been a while since I drawn like I guess furry shit. I don't know. I'm not a fucking furry though. No offense. I remember one friend or mutual. I don't know what to call him at this point because I don't really hang out in that group anymore. Um, that brought up like what was it, fuzzies or something? And I'm like, I guess I am that. Not really a furry, but I guess a fuzzy would count. I thought that concept was kind of funny. So I guess like furry adjacent, but not like really. Same. I like monsters and that have some animal resemblance, but I'm not into the anthropomorphic stuff. Exactly. Like I don't do the whole fursuit thing. Like again, I wouldn't mind or I'll be supportive if like let's say I have a friend or uh a partner or something and they're into that kind of stuff and I'll be like, sure, you know, whatever you're into. As long as you don't, you know, force convert me into something that I'm not, you know. How am I gonna fucking do these eyes, bro? Guess that could work. Even though that's not how I should really use a fucking reference for this. Also, I say fuck a lot. I drew that recent. Well, not recently. That's from 2 years ago. I posted a remake of it in my Newgrounds account. trying to get into like the swing of things of like using Blue Sky and Twitter. I almost said Twitch, but it's Twitter. But I know the reason why like my Twitter account's not hitting off, even though I have like all these hashtags and shit in the post and whatever. And it's because of like how sporadically I was like posting things. So I was like, maybe the website thinks that I'm like a bot or something. And I'm like, I guess that makes sense. So I'm just like, I wasn't like too keen on using Twitter anyway. It's one of the reasons why. I mean, actually, granted, Twitter is one of the reasons why I can't stand social media nowadays. To be frank, also, fuck YouTube Music. Uh, but what was I saying? Uh, right. I don't know. I guess the only terms of like social interaction type shit that I'm most likely used to using is like places here like Twitch, because I do prefer vocally talking instead of texting. I don't much care for texting all too much, despite having emoticons and like emojis, emotes, and all that stuff. But it's like you could get so much out of text. And for me, there are times where I'm just like a little whoosh, or like it goes over my head sometimes, and I'm just like, I don't know if the person like. There are times where I can't read text too well. I'm not illiterate or anything. It's just like it's like I can't read the emotions out of a text, is what I'm saying. So I don't know what uh people are thinking or feeling really. It's one of those things where I contemplate a lot if I'm like if I have like some sort of tism. And I think I do. Or at least like a high functioning one. I'm trying to find this one full body sketch of this form. This is why I folder my art the way that I do based on the years that I've done most of my art, because I like to keep things organized, more or less. Honestly, I agree with a lot of this. I'm better at talking to doing the chat now is like a jog for my brain. Oh no, I get you. Yeah, I don't blame you. Um, it's so funny too because it's like since I'm like so mute all the time, and it's mostly due to like traumatic events that's like led me to this point of just being mute. That I'll admit and being vulnerable and saying. Um, but it's like I have so much shit to say. like, but it's like I have no mouth and I must scream, kind of thing. Moment, if that makes sense. Even though the even though that story's not. I mean, we're getting like a colorful version of it, which is like the amazing digital circus in a sense. Yeah, I know exactly how you feel. Exactly. Yeah. I'm still trying to find a good ref for this form that I could use. I guess this one can do. Because I do like how this looks. Oh. What I'm more concerned about is the. Oh, I can zoom in. This thing. Please, 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 please. You did it once before. I don't know why you're not doing it now. Well, you can see right there. And it's supposed to be bigger than these other forms, but I'm just like, I don't know how am I gonna fit that. Do you even have a nostril? Or a nose? I can't remember. If only I could actually zoom into the fucking thing. That would be very nice. Actually, can I do this? I swear, this app could be quite finicky sometimes when it comes to the scroll wheel, like zooming in and out of this thing in certain areas. And don't get me wrong, I love this app, like, a lot, but I can't deny that it doesn't have its own fucking flaws. The lore behind this character is so cool. I always loved shapeshifter stuff. Well, I guess the only reason why I just lean towards shapeshifting is because I was so inspired by characters. Well, one, I guess there's a lot of characters that are like water based because my Sona is like part of well, there's like separate universes, but I'm mostly sticking towards like universe A when it comes to uh like Persona stuff. And universe B and all the other ones are just like different side projects kind of stories. Well, you do that too? What? What do what? Huh? What did I do? The universe stuff. Yeah. I'm like quite into like a lot of like metaphysics, uh uh I guess reading about mythology, religion, demonology, all that other stuff. Just seeing how, like, as a human society, like, we, as storytelling creatures, we, tend to, uh, use a lot of things to, like, project onto, uh, to have some sort of, role model to look forward to, or something like that to put onto a pedestal to like what's the word like we have this habit of seeking someone to like aspire to be kind of thing, and I'm just like, maybe instead of like believing in something that may or may not exist, maybe you should start believing in yourself more often, kind of thing. Maybe. I mean, I'm not saying that people can't have their own faith or anything. It's just sometimes you don't have to. It's so complicated because a lot of people mean well, you know. Um, Besides that tangent, because I'm not gonna go into that because that's just a lot of like socio-political, you know, mental gymnastics type of shit. Um, so uh, Universe A is my persona's world, you know. Um, while Universe B is like something else. I grew up with like uh playing games like, well, it was games like BioShock Infinite that kind of inspired this, but there was also games like, Bayonetta and other things that bring to that table, and like Undertale, and now I guess Deltarune also is like kind of, you know, um and the whole concept of like metaphysics or quantum physics, you know, kind of interests me a little because it's like how cause and effect, constants and variables, how things could have been the same or different, you know, but there's always like a constant thing that happens. But, but it also depends on how like things work in that like I want to say ritual, but it's more like a not a habit either, but it's like, you know, string of events, I guess maybe, that led to certain points. Um so the constant thing though with like my Sona and stuff throughout different universes, except for Universe D, because Universe D is more of like the realism or like the realistic type. But overall, like most of it is my Sona being like a shapeshifter kind of thing, and they were once human, but being half like almost in the midst of dying, I guess, in a sense, and being brought back to life, and then almost kind of like a reincarnated state, sort of, or being reborn into something else. Um, and sharing, uh, like being sired to the Ars Goetia family, I guess, in a sense. Um, because, um, and now I could actually say this and not, do it in text. Like what I usually do when I try to explain this kind of stuff. Like my Soda, when she was dipped into the dark water and stuff, they were just nothing but a blob, I guess, when coming out. I mean, they have like a skeleton or whatever, but it's like malleable at this point. Um, but they're just nothing but a blob. So they're just like observing and looking around the forest, you know, kind of like a little like animalistic kind of instinctual type thing, I suppose, or human nature kind of thing. So as she's like observing around the animals and stuff, and then she starts to take form, and I include my like bestie in my stories because I honestly kind of owe a bit much to her, because if it wasn't her and her confronting me at the time when we were younger and me being stupid at the time in the mid 2000s when we still used DeviantArt, and I don't really like going back to those memories or just thinking about DeviantArt, to be honest. Um, Especially nowadays, because DeviantArt isn't really that great. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Um, so I always have her included in my stories because she's like a sibling to me. So I haven't heard that name in years. I didn't even know it still existed. Oh, it is there, but it's also kind of like it is like now appeasing towards like the generative AI kind of shit. So Gen AI slop. I guess if you will. And I'm like, it was bound to happen at some point. So I'm just like not really surprised, if anything. Um, kind of like with most, like, I guess social things like DeviantArt. Even though there are like other places that have like rules sets in place to not allow certain things like that, but I don't know. I did kind of miss how DeviantArt was back then, sort of. I don't know. I do get nostalgic and reminisce sometimes about the old times in that era. Um, they were. I remember like I think it was like a comment or like a video that I watched or something where someone's like, "Oh, you didn't like miss the old days. You just miss how you like felt back then or how you were, whatever it was." And I'm like, "No, no." Like, I'll admit that I was pretty cringy as fuck when I was like, I mean, I'm still pretty cringe. I'm not gonna lie. But like, I don't know. It like I don't know. If you're not cringing at the stuff that you've done in the past, I'm like, have you really changed at all? You know, for better, for worse, if anything. Because if you cringe in your past self, that's a good way to think of it. Yeah. Because the whole point of like, thinking about past things and like cringing about it, it shows that there is some like change or like uh mental I suppose improvement. Well, not necessarily. It's more like you weren't I mean, you're still the same person, but you didn't think as you did back then kind of thing, I suppose. Because now you know better than you did before. I'm always cringing and thinking about what I could have done differently. Yeah, yeah, but it's kind of too late to dwell on that kind of stuff. Um, Usually my mind tends to like wander a bit and like, well, actually, I hate the human mind sometimes. So usually when I'm having a good time, and hanging out with friends and socializing and whatnot and having happy times, but there are times where the mind will just like pop in something out of the blue, out of nowhere, and be like, hey, remember this one time you did this one thing? And it's like, fuck you, I'm trying to have a moment and a good time. Can you not for like 5 minutes? That's great, like, can you not for like 5 minutes? It's like your mind having a mind of its own kind of thing, kind of like almost like compartmentalization kind of thing. I guess if that makes sense, or I don't know how to explain it. It's just like I always tend to think that the mind has its own like being in your body, whereas sometimes you don't like think about this stuff, but it just like you know shoves it in your face and does it for you, and it's just like, can you not? You know. So the unfortunate thing is that you kind of have to like grow up with that. and you have to learn to work around it, I guess. I wish I could fucking zoom in on this ref sheet here. That would be very nice, Ibis. Or Huion, or whatever. Ooh. I wish this was like a touchscreen. I miss my touchscreen so much. Oy. What was I saying? I notice I never see any ads on your channel. Well, I think that's mostly because it's like I'm not affiliated, and it's kind of hard to be affiliate, especially when it comes to someone like me who doesn't really, who's a bit antisocial, I will admit, who doesn't really socialize all too much, or just like, I don't know, raids onto channels and do the whole self promo thing, or, you know, I thought you were because it says I can subscribe. Yeah, well, Twitch is kind of doing its own things. It's just like basically uh, like the inside of like, basically to describe, the ins and outs of how it works. Twitch is basically letting people like me who are not affiliated or like partner to like have like the benefits, but I won't get any sort of profit from it unless I become affiliate. Then I could reap, you know, the profits afterwards, kind of thing. And so that money that I've accumulated, oh, English, not really my first language, would stay there until I do reach affiliate and, like apply and stuff. And so Twitch is like giving people like the benefit who are not, there yet, I guess, to like have people subscribe or like send bits and channel points and all that stuff. It's just that again, you don't reap what you sow. So so kind of like basic bitch territory, if anything. Honestly, yeah, I'd rather donate on Ko-fi monthly than sub. Exactly. I mean, at this point, yeah. But I don't know. I get. I don't know. Well, how I am as a person, like I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm greedy or anything like that. Even though I know there's some people that might think that I am. It's just more of like necessities, needs for survival kind of thing. You can't really blame someone for trying to survive and like trying to live doing what they want to do and what they like to do and, try to make a living out of it. That's why I kind of like when I was like looking back and stuff and I kind of felt bad of kind of like how I acted towards this one person um who was pretty much doing the same thing. It's just that how they behaved and how they were personality wise at the time were not great, in my opinion. With my experience, I'm not going to mention any names because it's just, uh, like I'm hoping, like again, I still try to see the good in people, and I know people again mean well, and so what people would think would I, like I hope they change for the better. I don't know about myself per se. Um, I mean, I try to, but knowing me and my issues, It's the thing is with me, it's like I know how I am mentally and my own issues and all that other stuff. I just worry about everybody else, if that makes sense, out of self preservation of anything. Um, but case in point, back to the whole monthly greedy money, whatever stuff before all that. I'm not usually comfortable with people donating money to me, especially if they're struggling themselves. And I know I probably ain't want to talk because I'm currently struggling at the moment, and I've been like, I'm subscribed to things that I probably shouldn't be in such a tight budget. But at the same time, it's like a part of me just wants to be supportive. Like if I had all the money in the world, I would just like, be supportive towards the people that I just want to see succeed, that I know that they will do well because I can see the potential. You know, it's just that I'm not really comfortable people like donating money to me, especially when they're not um getting anything in return. Like that's why I would usually like suggest if people want something in return, like art or something, or a request or something, because I would just feel guilty. It's just mostly guilt, really. Like an equivalent exchange. I remember one time, actually, when I was trying to do like merch stuff or something on this one website that I don't use because it's so garbage. Um, when it comes to like shipping and whatnot or whatever trouble it was, and this person who used to commission me a whole lot, at the time, they bought something from said merch store, but from the website thing, and I felt bad because they didn't get the thing that they purchased, and I told them that I would give back the money, you know, like I would like reimburse them or something, you know. But they were like, "No, it's fine." I'm like, "Are you sure?" Because I feel really bad. You didn't get the thing that you purchased, like genuinely. But I guess at the time that they were just like flaunting their money around a little bit here and there, which I'm like, if you got it, you got it. That's on you. I ain't know what to judge really, because I've done it before, more or less. Um, it's like I don't know. They were young, and I'm like, I try to give them like my 2 cents about them managing their money and stuff. But I'm not gonna lie. Uh, that whole well, I can't really say that because remembering what they did at the time, my sympathies for them kind of went out the window. Remembering the type of relationship that they were in, um, or It is like a complicated thing. I can't really bring that up too much, actually. Nor am I going to mention any names again either, because again, these people are. I don't know. Uh, man, I've been stuck doing this. See, this is what happens when you're like talking and you're doing art. I don't know how anybody could like do that at the same time and not like get distracted. Uh, Also, this fucking part of the song I dislike so much. I know that there's a version that it doesn't have this part. I think. Oy, I need a drink. Apple juice. Ah, that is some good AJ. Right. Shit. I was talking about lore stuff before, wasn't I? Fucking ADHD be damn. Uh, what was I saying? Uh, right. Darkwater. Character. Half dead. Alive. Uh, blob. Malleable. Can change into the things. Practically a walking, talking, breathing soul bank, if anything, of damn souls. Of sinners. So, character can't really die, more or less. But man, the voices, the voices are there, but kind of nullifies or mutes them at a certain amount of time, or like, what's the word? Uh, like basically she kind of gets used to it and just like dampens the sound inside her head because it's all in her head. That's why in like this one art that I did that I posted in, well, I guess I would say Newgrounds, but I also posted it in my socials, I guess. Uh, where there's like a bunch of eyes popping out, and like there's like separate mouths, I guess, in the hair part. And I'm like, yep, those are technically the souls that she has in her body. Um, Kind of like a conduit, if anything, because she's coming from the same. She comes from the same source. Like this is her, and this is like the pool of water. Like they both share the connection of the well of souls, if that makes sense. So anything dead that comes in the water either gets consumed or comes back out as something like her, if that makes sense. And it really depends probably on how pure, quote unquote, pure someone's soul is. Moral kind of shit, I guess. probably. I'm sure I'm gonna like change some things here and there and develop it a little bit more when I can or have the time. I was talking about inspirations before, right? Characters that mm, like inspired my Sona, or I guess well, yeah, my Sona throughout the other universes is like characters like, well, I'd say things like Full Metal Alchemist, Helsing, more specifically characters like Alucard, um, Nightcrawler, I believe, and Mystique from X-Men are also good examples. I'm gonna have a hard time saying this character's name, but I think her name is Unique, Unique from. I think she's from Batman Beyond. It's been so long. Um, uh, what's another one? Uh, Charlie from Don't Starve series, like Don't Starve or Don't Starve Together, is another good example. Uh, man, there's another character that's like similar to. Well, I can't remember her name, but she was like in the last season of Samurai Jack as like Jack's love interest. I'm like, I guess she counts, yeah. Ashi, yeah. I still have yet to actually watch that season. Well, I say that, and given like seen Samurai Jack a long time ago, and I've only seen like a couple of fucking episodes. Um, I definitely need to watch that series actually at some point. The problem with me is that how distracted I get, and it's like I can't remember a lot, so it's kind of hard for me to like. Usually, I would have like friends or like someone to like watch stuff with me, I guess, to like help with that, because on my own time I would not actually seek out, I guess, or remember to like watch these shows on my own time. Granted, I have my comfort shows like Agretzko, Witchblade, The Nanny, which I'm currently watching right now. Well, not now, but in my own time. Um, what's another one? I mean, I have my comfort shows and I have my comfort movies that I watch too, which like stuff like The Mask or just anything Jim Carrey in general. I always love Jim Carrey movies. What else? The Mummy, another comfort movie, and The Mummy Returns. Of course, I do not dare touch the trilogy. Like, oh, you, oh. Also, I don't know if that was audible, but thank you. You, you didn't have to. Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, Thank you. Uh, actually, let me change this song real quick. No, no, no. Well, actually, also, I'm not struggling, and it's good to know that I'm helping in some way, shape, or form. Aw, I appreciate it, actually, to be honest. Uh, man, still trying to get used to that. But yeah, those are some of the top tier movies. Yeah. Another favorite of mine, I guess usually I lean towards like, um, one odd comfort show for me is Frasier. I don't think I've seen that one, but I know people talk about it, and along with like shows like Columbo, I think. And I'm like, I haven't seen both. So it's like, I mean, granted, another show that I would like watch, speaking of Batman, like the Batman animated stuff, like the two Batman series where like the Joker like changes like art style a lot, or you know how he looks, and then of course after that is like Batman Beyond, which is also good. Um, I remember watching that when I was a kid, but I have not rewatched it. Oh, it's pretty good. I've like been watching some clips here and there of like it on YouTube. Actually at one point YouTube decided to what was it, make the Batman versus Dracula movie free with ads. With ads, my ass. I remember that one. That one will always like be one of my favorites, along with what was I think I guess like the starting point of like the Batman animated series, huh? What was it? The movie called something about the Phantasm. That one was pretty good as well. Those are like two of my favorite animated Batman movies. Mask of the Phantasm. I think that was it. And then um I guess those like four generations, I guess, with like Batman animated stuff. Or like always like stuff I go back to and watch when it comes to like the Batman stuff. Because, you know. Um what else? Another comfort show I would watch would be Friends and Seinfeld. I've I've tried to watch like George Lopez with someone, um, but it's like, man, it's kind of hard for me to watch the show sometimes. But I wouldn't say it's like a comfort show, but I wouldn't mind watching it again. I just bought season 1 and 2 of Seinfeld today. Ooh, hmm. You know what's so funny? Speaking of, every time I hear, um, I know his name, his like snare name is like Knight or something. The actor who plays as Newman, but every time I hear his voice in anything animated or just him in general, I just go like Newman, Wayne Knight. Yeah, like instinctually, I'll just be like Newman, and I know that's not his name, but it's just so funny. Uh, I guess comfort movies as well that I tend to watch are like also like the Disney animated stuff. A lot of nostalgic things, really. I just tend to lean towards watching movies where it's like a lot of like fiction meets reality kind of thing. So Enchanted was like my favorite in terms of like live action mixed with like animation. Um, Disney satire. Well, just basically Disney poking fun of themselves in a way, I guess. And I always love that movie. I don't care what anybody says. And the fact that it has a sequel that I think did pretty well. I haven't watched it yet though, but I think it did pretty well. I don't know. I think it was called Disenchanted. I have yet to watch it. But I've heard the same, but other than that I know nothing about it. Yeah. Uh Wait, I heard the name, but other than that, I know nothing about it. Wait, you mean Enchanted or Disenchanted? Or both? My phone screen is super cracked, so it's hard to type sometimes. Oh, no, you're good. Enchanted. Okay. I would recommend watching it, Enchanted. If you're into kind of like, well, I wouldn't say Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but there are some moments in the movie where it kind of has like that kind of like animation meets reality kind of thing, or like it's starting like they do the effects pretty well. I'd say, um, it's great. I love the kind of almost like satire of them just like basically them poking fun of themselves in a way, like because of like how Disney princess movies are, and like if you seen the princess character that you would see in the movie and how she acts and how she is and stuff, yeah, you would think she is a little bit out of her gourd, just a bit, but she means well. you know she's like a bit airy and somewhat oblivious, but then you know not to spoil all too much, but like the more she gets into like the real world and stuff, and she changes in the course of like the movie, and I like that. 10 out of 10 would recommend. um Speaking of the the I'll have to check it out, and always down to watch a movie. Yeah. The Disney animated movies I usually like lean towards like rewatching a whole bunch though is I would say like Mulan. Well, I guess when it comes to the Disney princesses and stuff, even though I don't know if Mulan technically counts. I mean, I think she is. Um, it's like Mulan, Beauty and the Beast. Um, hmm, Princess and the Frog is a good one. Rapunzel's also pretty good. I don't much care for Frozen, more or less. Like I will watch it if someone, it's if like we're binging like Disney animated from 2D to 3D kind of shit. But oi, I would not watch Frozen in my spare time. What else? Um, I don't know if this would count as well because of Penelope von Schweetz. Wreck-It Ralph is a really good movie. Or at least the first one. I don't know about the second one because I haven't watched the second one. I don't touch sequels a whole lot. Um, well, hmm. Maleficent was pretty good. I think the live action Disney movies that I did like that they try to remake from like the animated stuff. Like to me, Maleficent was one, and the Beauty and the Beast one. Anything after the Beauty and the Beast movie, I'm just like, yeah, nah. I didn't touch the live action Lion King or Mulan or Aladdin, like no, thank you. Um, hmm. There was something I was going to mention. Well, there's comfort shows and comfort movies, but I also have like comfort games too. But I guess that would be just considered the favorite game, wouldn't it? Huh? Or mm, because Psychonauts was is always like my favorite at this point in terms of like games because of the style, the writing. Uh, I'd say there's comfort games. Yeah, I do have like certain games that are currently like quite a hyperfixation at the moment. I was actually thinking about playing it during stream, but I was like, let's just be chill for a bit and like do some art for now, since I already like got started. Did you play Psychonauts 2? Yes. I don't know if I remember beating it though, because I tried to play it on stream once, and I remember stopping at Compton's level, or at least before starting Compton's, because I love Compton because he he's so relatable. I find him relatable, just like with a ball of anxiety and I'm a little small man. And his level just like does that really well. I emphasize that. Oh, I love Psychonauts so much. So I've seen like pretty much like three, I would say 3 or 4 playthroughs of people playing both Psychonauts 1 and Psychonauts 2. And like, the separate occasions watching these people play the game fully. Especially one trying to do a speed run of it, which was Sayu, I think. Um and I'm just like so happy to like, well, I guess it's just a bit of nepotism, to be honest, coming from me, or just like biased nepotism, I guess. Um, uh, I've only seen one person try to play Psychonauts: The Rhombus of Ruin in VR, and I think that was Playframe. Um, I still have their playlist saved, their like Psychonauts playlist saved, so I always tend to like rewatch his playthroughs of like the Psychonauts series, along with Sayus and another content creator that I don't know if I should say his name or not. But yeah, uh, actually, I think Playframe was the Actually, I don't know who came first in terms of that, but it got me wanting to actually play the game. And because the funny thing is, when the game came out at the time, right, which was like what 2005, 2006. I had a Game Informer magazines. I don't know if everybody remembers those. Or even like has the magazines or the subscription thing for them anymore. But uh, I remember seeing like images and stuff of like Psychonauts or whatever in like the magazine page, where it's like promoting it, of course, and it seemed like the type of game I would be into. Let alone the fact that Alice Madness Returns is like one of my favorite games, along with like the first one. And it had like a Psychonauts reference in the game, and I'm like, why does this sound so familiar? That kind of thing. And like, I think the resurgence of like Psychonauts came back like around, I would say, like the late 2010s and early like 2020s for me. And I'm like, because Alice Madison Returns was like my favorite, and it's like Psychonauts was something I would have been interested in at the time, but I didn't get to experience playing it, which was like a missed opportunity at the time, I'd say. And it's definitely a game of its time because I'm glad though in the sequel that they kind of, learn from, you know, their mistakes from that and changed accordingly, you know, which I'm like quite happy about. Um, because there's some things that kind of doesn't slide. I have like my playthrough of like Psychonauts 1 actually. I just have it unlisted, but you can still watch the VOD technically on my YouTube, and it's in like the gaming playlist that I have. Um, where I try to use like one of the speed run strats, which is like the levitation ball thing. To like skip over some levels because my god, the meat circus is a bitch. Oh, nice, I'll check it out. Yay. Um, and actually, I went from like the Steam version, and then or was it? No, I did mention it in the stream, I think. Where I went from the Steam version to the Xbox version because I don't know if it fixed any audio issues, but it didn't really seem like it did because there'd be like some audio stutters here and there. And it's an old game, so I can't really fault it too much. But I do get a chuckle out of it when it does happen sometimes. Though a bit nervously, because again, a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to, quality of content and whatnot, I guess. But but that was like the first time, because the first time I played Psychonauts in my own time, I reached to rank 100. And I didn't reach to rank 101. And I knew, and now I know the reason why. Because you have to do the stupid test dummy punching thing in the uh, basic braining level. And I'm like, oh, is that what I really just needed to like get rank 101? So in the stream, I wasn't really that like too keen and actually like trying to 100% it, but I was just like, the challenge and the competitiveness a bit in me is like tempting. Because I love the game so much, and I kind of sort of know some things here and there, though the figments are so fucking hard to see in that game. Jesus Christ. I love the game, and it has its flaws. Don't get me wrong, but the figments are so hard to see, and there's such a bit to like 100% the game. Uh, I hated it, the racing level for the figments. Exactly. I had to restart that fucking bit, I don't know how many times. Like my first playthrough, or was it my second? I can't remember. I know I streamed it before, where I had to like, over and over and over. And that's like, I love Mia. She's like one of my fictional crushes, but she's also like I would say like a role model for me, I guess in a way. Um, because I feel for her, and same with Sasha. Sasha's also like a fictional crush of mine as well. I love them both, along with Edgar Tegley, the the artist in the asylum that has the only one level where Raz has like a different change of like clothing or whatever, or like the style change. I'm like, okay, but you do it for this level. Why couldn't you do it for the other ones? I mean, I'm not complaining, but um, the level that I always dread the most when it comes to collecting figments is Mia's racing level and the the fucking French board game, the Waterloo one. So annoying. The theater one is like the theater one is not that hard to collect really. It's all you know all in one place. Um uh Same goes for Edgar's level. I guess another level that's like a bitch to get the figments is the Milkman conspiracy. Conspiracy level. English. Words. Can't speak. I'm the milkman. My milk's delicious. Fucking Boyd. What a character. Uh, Speaking of what a character, I actually I clipped one part of my stream recently of still, still get flabbergasted at just the thought. I was actually going to animate that part too, and I have like the storyboard of it like done, you know, but I mean, I guess I don't know how I could. I'm gonna pause this for a moment. How can I show it without showing too much? Shit. Uh, Damn. How am I gonna media source video? Maybe that could work. Video 1. Yeah, let's call it that, I guess. Shoot. Local file. I would not want it to loop. That would be very annoying. I hope it doesn't actually play, though. Also, this was such a bitch to, like, thing, closed down on speed there. Okay. Aye. Wait, what? Huh? Was that even audible? I don't think that was audible, was it? Hold on. No. No, it wasn't. Of course. Shoot. I wish it didn't. Hold on. Oh my god, sorting this is such a bit. Why do I have so many of these? Where is it? Tablet 1, 2. Sure, let's just go with that. Wait. Let me. Can I not fucking. Damn it. Actually, you know what? I might as just, well, put it behind me, I guess. I just don't know how it's not. How do I. Um, is there like an audio file monitor here? Oh, there is. Wait, then why is it not? No, wait, why is it not playing though? Well, one monitor output, that kind of thing. Properties. Also, keep in mind, this is like my first time ever doing this. I never usually show or do animation stuff, but I was like, also, animation is quite a bitch to uh do. So why? How do you? Oi. Hmm. How am I gonna? Uh. You know what? This is gonna be very. Wait. Okay. Well, I could do that, but I just have to unmute this and delete that. Remove. Yes, remove. Thank you. Because I already have like that in place. Window capture, video 1. Let's just go with that. Select the window. There's that. I don't think that's necessary because I already have. Why are you not showing though?
Ready? No.
Okay. OBS, why are you not doing your thing? Why are you such a bit? Maybe game capture instead? Oi. Play capture? No. No. Oi. Capture, no. Specific window. Why are you not? Oi. Well, this is a pain in the buttocks. Damn. I hardly doubt this works, but now I'm embarrassed. Uh, God damn it. All this for a fucking video that I can't show properly. God, now I'm sweating. Why? No. 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 I'm gonna live with that for the rest of my life. I'm shaking my head as we speak. I don't know what.
My field agent.
Because you can hear that.
Are you ready?
But you can't see it. And it's like, what? Do I have to, like. Why are you. So weird. Because I never had this issue before. Uh. How can I fucking. Also, I definitely need to put YouTube music in my second display next time. Because that. God. I mean, I have the desktop app. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. Thank you for that comforting thought. But at the same time, it's like. I guess I'll just. I actually do want to show the storyboard, but it's like I don't know what's up with uh why it's like not displaying the thing because it just doesn't make sense to me. Do I have to like hold on? Maybe if I like uh like end task Discord and then maybe bring it back up again. Maybe it would work. I don't know. Uh, I would definitely have to edit that part out. Post one on my. Okay, no. Okay. Please work. No. What? Maybe.
My field agent, Rasputin. Are you ready?
You hear it, but you can't see the silly thing. I don't know what I did though. It's like fit to screen,
My
yeah,
field
but it's
agent,
like not
Rasputin.
showing
Are
up,
you
though.
ready?
Well, that's just. Let me see something. Okay, I could show that. I can't show this for some reason. Okay. New idea. Okay. So this might tank my. Oh, wait, my head is already hurting the thought. Where is you? There you are. Okay. Discord on browser, even though I'm like, it's gonna take a lot out of my PC. Okay, I don't know how loud that is. Wait. Ugh. Oh, this stream is gonna be. What are your PC specs? You know, I've always contemplated on actually putting that down in like my about panel stuff, but I never got into do that. Hmm, I probably should do that. Huh. Why are you not? Wait, no, you are, but you're not. It's kind of hard to say at the moment because I would have to go and look around. I um all I could say is that my PC is getting towards the level. I mean, it is technically a glorified office PC, to be frank. Uh I just don't know why this is fucking. Like, this is fine. Oh, wait, I'm a dummy. Not Discord anymore. There we go. I don't know the audio, the audio is audible, but enough. But I'm just gonna be. I'll just like mute myself and just let this play. I guess. Enjoy. I guess of what is this storyboard clip thing that I did. uh, uh, it's so fucking stupid. I love the game. Like that fucking slap caught me off so fucking like hard. I I wasn't gonna press no, like legit. I didn't even realize that I pressed no until I hit it, and I was just like, oh no, wait, wait. And then immediately he slaps him, and I'm like, what? What? What the fuck? Dude, what the hell? Oh my god. Okay, now I can't hear anything. What? Oh, there we go. I don't think I ever saw that. Nah, yeah, no. Can't remember exactly. Um, think it's the part where oh Jesus, I was on one battery of this. Where Sasha and Mia are out of commission and like you come back to Ford after that fact. Um instead of taking Linda to traverse back to the campgrounds, and you just go to like Ford's like bacon teleport thing, and whatever, you like talk to him and he'd be like, oh well, I'm gonna need you to be my field agent, Rasputin, like he said in the clip. It's just that I accidentally pressed no. um that that caught me so off guard. It was so fucking funny. It still gets me a bit though, because it's just so like, what a 60-something-year-old man slaps a fucking 10-year-old. Fucking Jesus crawler. It's always the best when it's off guard, for real though. That shit was hilarious. This shit was so funny. It's like one of those things when I play back the game. One of the things I quote is like the little fish guys. I forgot it. Lungfish in Lungfishopolis, where they're like, freedom, freedom, freedom. It's just so stupid. I love it. And of course, like the milkman thing. What's another one? Well, I guess Bobby Zelch's stupid dance thing, like nyeh, 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 nyeh. But that's just more being a goofball than anything. Goofball, words. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head. Oh, speaking of which, oh man, I love what they did. That I I completely forgot about that when you did the sound. It reminded me of so much. Yeah. The funny thing, and I love the fact that they brought it back actually, even though it's just a little small reference cameo thing in the sequel where they have like the bobby pin. It's like so fucking cute. I love it. Where you do the zilch, which is, you standing in idle and you do the fucking dance. So fucking, I love Psychonauts so much. So funny. Love it. It just warms my fucking punny ass. When it comes to that shit. Oh man. As much as I love this song, and I do, I don't need this right now. Thank you. Hmm. I love in the sequel. Okay, when you get your first badge and he's doing the thing, everybody interrupts him, and that's what he's doing. Um. I think that was like, oh man, I forgot her name, but she's my favorite of like the two sisters. I don't much care for fucking Norma. I think her name is Lizzie because she was the one that asked like Raz like, "What are you doing?" Like, you know, typical vocal fry goth chick voice. I don't much care for Norma at all. It's always the pink ones too. Ugh. It's always the pink haired or pink related characters like that. That acts like the bitchy know it all. Can't stand that trope. I never much cared for it in Sakura. I never much cared for it for that one character in Dragon Quest Builders too. That I forgot her name and don't much care for her. What's another one that's like fucking similar? Uh, well, I say that, and it's mostly like the pink-haired ones are like either the know-it-all or the bratty kind, and it's always annoying. I hate that trope so much. I just hate that stereotype in general. Like, if I wanted to take care of a child, I would take care of my own. If I had any. I will BRB. Gotta get something done real quick. Okay. I think everybody collectively agrees that we don't like fucking Norma. Oh my god, this fucking song. I can't stop thinking about the video every time I hear the song. And if this ever goes out, I'm talking about the one with Dante Devil May Cry 4. What's it called? Hakari Dance? My beloved Dante from that game. And Devil May Cry 5. Not Dante from Devil May Cry 3 because he's was like the same way as how I feel about Nero, which is not really much. Like you could have a preference, and you could like Nero. Nero is just not for me. Like, give me Virgil and Dante any day, and I would not have any complaints. Along with B. such a fucking dumb meme. I love that. I wonder what was clipped. Because it says one clip. And I'm like, what was clipped? I, I don't know what was clipped, but okay. I guess I will never know. Maybe I accidentally pressed something. I have to look back into that later. Oh yeah. I wouldn't say Silent Hill is considered a comfort game, though. Per se. It is one of my favorites. I wouldn't say comfort. How am I gonna do this? This is the difficult part of this form, huh? It's more fluffy, actually. Okay, I think this is looking good already. It's just... Gonna add a little bit more depth to this. Oh, welcome back. Just adding more depth to this. Even though the head is a little too... Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I do have a very eclectic taste in music, so I hope that's not too jarring. I am worried how this is gonna look, because no, it's good. I'm the same way. Eh. I don't know. I don't really have like, well, I say that. Um, I tend to like listen to music that has like a pretty good bass, I would say, but it's not always necessary. Um, I guess if I would say me personally, if I was a music genre and or a vibe, I would go with what the person said to me that one time where they think jazz, that I would like jazz, and I'm like, you're not wrong. I do like me some good jazz. And no, I am not quoting that one fucking movie where a guy gets basically cucked by a fucking bee. Jerry Seinfeld bee. Yeah, pretty much. You like jazz? Fucking head ass. Mm. So dumb. I remember watching that whole entire movie with like a group of people. I can't remember if it was the current one that I was with or last year. I think it was to be last year actually, like some couple of years ago. And I'm like watching the movie, and I was like, "Yep, it's pretty much how I expected." Even though the combination of like having Patrick Warburton and Jerry Seinfeld in one movie is quite something. Even though I say that I watched like pretty much the trilogy of Sonic movies with Jim Carrey and James Marsden and shit. So it's just like, mm, I don't know. I've seen worse things. I'm gonna do the, I'm just gonna do it simply. I'm not gonna, because I don't have time to be all too detailed when it comes to the teeth in the stomach. Which, by the way, it's an optional feature. I just add the teeth to the stomach part to emphasize the gluttonous nature, I guess. That's one way to put it. How the fuck? Oh. I didn't see the little guy hiding there. Yeah. I'm just using, like, all of these, like, forms as, like, reference in terms of, like, kind of for height reasons, but I don't know. I mean, the little guy is definitely called little guy for a reason. The little guy form, as I put it, is a form my Sona takes when she doesn't really have a whole lot of energy to like keep maintaining her like base forms or how she normally would look. So so the little guy form. Okay, I'm actually wondering how this looks without all this. Okay, that's kind of not bad, though the proportions are a little bit. The hair, the arms is what bothered me a little bit, actually. 'Cause this definitely has to be a bit more fuller or something. Actually, if you don't mind me asking, if that's okay with you, if not, I understand. Where are you from, Black Wolf Maka? Or would you like to refer to be called like Wolf or like Maka for short? Oh, so same as me, I guess. Yeah, Minnesota to be exact, but you can call me whatever. All right, fair enough for me. Let's see. Um, hmm. I guess since you shared, I guess, you know, being equal here, I am from also the US. Go figure. And born and raised in Florida, to be specific. Won't exactly go specifically where, but in Florida, but I share the same state with, actually, Moist Critical. I guess that's one. Thomas Sanders, I think. Who else? There's one other YouTuber, but I'm not going to mention him because. Ugh. Well, I was thinking Critical. Yeah. What's up, guys? My name is Critical. Can't fucking do it. I would do it properly, but love him. Pretty chill dude. Pretty funny. Bit unhinged. I hope the storms lay off. Is it supposed to be storming? The weather in my thing says partly sunny, so I guess not. I don't know. I don't think so, but I always think hurricane. Yeah. I mean, every time when I think of hurricanes, I always think of summertime, though. Because we're currently in fall right now, so. I just want it to be cold. I love winter season and fall so much, but man, I just want it to be fucking cold. I want to snuggle up, be comfy, and not be in heat all the time. That'd be so great. Yeah, surprisingly, it hasn't snowed yet. I would say some stupid shit like global warming, but. But. Mm. But it has been like 30 here at night, which is nice for being inside. Oh, I envy that a little bit. I do miss the snow. And then some people will be like, who are, born and raised in cold climates and with the snow and stuff will be like, you know, well, what was it? They would say something like, oh, you put up with, you know, plowing snow and shit and shoveling and whatnot and whatever. But I'm like, yeah, 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 that's nice and all. But I'm like, I just want snow. Just one track mind kind of thing. Just, I want snow. I don't care about your your complaints or petty Debbie Downer kind of shit. I mean, ironic coming from me, but the snow looks so nice when it's stuck to the trees. And it's so pretty too. And sometimes when the light shines in certain areas, just snow in general, just falling. Funny thing is, I don't much care for the white color, but you know, that and I live in a big lake, so I get a view of the void with some lights across from the town over. Oh, that's nice. Oh man. I guess I could share this little tidbit because I don't think people would. Well, I can't really say that, but I remember me and my family, we used to live up north before, and we moved there for like about. When we lived there, like me and my brother, we're originally born and raised here, but we moved up north because I don't know, my family wanted to try something new, I guess, and or the fact that everybody else was going there too, or something. I don't know, something like that. So, um, but yeah, we basically lived that state for like about 3 4 years, I'd say. And not exactly a great experience. I didn't mind the snow, to be honest. The snow was great. The cold was great. Uh, it's just the people were really uh how do I put this? Well, to put it bluntly, they were ignorant as fuck. Or snarky, snooty in a way. Cause they they would see um they would see my family's like last name or just like my family in general, and they just assume that me and my sibling, or maybe mostly me, I don't know if my brother experienced the same way at all when he was in school. Um, they just thought we were foreigners or something, or that we didn't speak English, even though I understood and can catch whatever the fuck they were saying, and I'm not fucking stupid, you know? Um, but I remember one time in, what was it, middle school, I think it was middle school or elementary school at that point. No, I think it was middle school. The teacher, the science teacher, she gave me an English to Spanish uh, dictionary to use for an exam. And I remember being slightly insulted by it at the time because I'm like, are you people that up your own ass? I don't. Ironically, though, I did use the book because more for like my own personal reasons to like know English words to Spanish. So I guess in a way I played into their game or whatever. But let me tell you, being a stranger in a new state, especially when I'm so used to living in the South, and this is at the time where anime was still like such a taboo kind of thing, and especially if you're a female, and people would were not the kindest, even though some of them were really hypocritical, and that shit was annoying. Um, and the funny thing was, in elementary school at that point, it's where I met my bestie, actually, because I don't know if I should actually even specify, but she had a certain like anime jacket when she came in the classroom, and I'm like, finally, someone I could fucking talk to. Because being there was so alienating. And honestly, me and her, like, I treat her like as part of the family kind of thing. Like she's like a sibling in a way. That's why I at least try to include her in everything I do, because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have, I guess, in a way, gotten better at art myself, or like do the stuff that I do in my own way and not do what I did when I was a kid. And I was a kid back then, so I didn't know any better, which was like tracing over stuff and acting like I drew the stupid thing. But nowadays we have people doing AI stuff, and that's kind of like the similar thing. So that's a whole can of worms that I'm not gonna get into. So I guess in a way I owe her quite a bit. And the funny thing is that I'm older than her by like 6 months, but she's definitely uh, like I definitely view her a bit more highly than anybody in my circles. I mean, she's not the only best friend I have. Like, I have another one too. It's just that they're both so busy, and I get it. So, like, they have their own stuff that they got going on. Yeah, life just gets people. Yeah. Like, for example, um, me and my other bestie, he and I were supposed to like have I wouldn't say like a date, I guess. Um, but just basically hang out at like a eat out kind of place. And but work kind of fucked it and now we had to reschedule our hangout for next month. Though he didn't specify when, but I'm sure he'll figure it out. Because after all, he was the one that brought it up to me, and I'm just like, yeah, sure. I mean, I would at this point I would give anything to get out of this house. How I'm feeling also. Yeah. Like being cooped up inside your house does take a fucking toll mentally. And it's just like, I mean, I do go out. Like, on my front yard or like my backyard or something to like get some fresh air or whatnot, but technically I am out of the house, but more so to do something on my own. Yeah. The issue, I guess, with when it comes to me, has been when you're like told often, um, that oh you have to stay indoors because of your gender, your height, your stature, physique, basically all these things because everybody's a danger outside and whatnot. And one, I live in Florida, so it's like, and plus I've worked in fast food and stuff, and yeah, there's like a lot of like druggies, and I don't like calling them that, but you know, they're like not a lot of savory people outside of the house. Even though there are times when I did step out of work because of like personal and or emotional stuff, um, I never got mugged, not once, or got shanked or stabbed. Well, shanked, stabbed, same thing. Or shot at, or you know. So all the stuff that I've been like told or like taught about the outside world per se, or just and stuff, it's just like, you know, like how much of it is like, you know, like how much of it is like actually the person meaning well, and how much of it is like paranoia and mass hysteria, you know? Um, Mostly the only time I would really go outside, and if it's like something I really need, I would just go outside and just like buy it from the store. So like that would be like the only time I would like commute or like, you know, to go anywhere outside, because I don't go outside willingly too much because I don't really see a point sometimes. Um, Same here. I lived in a city once, and a lot of the time when I met someone on the streets, they just avoided me or didn't even pay attention. No, like the 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 times where I've like been emotional and like stepped out of like the jobs, or well, the day that I like got emotional and just like walked out of the job or whatever, not quit or anything. It's just like mostly because I couldn't handle the stress and stuff, poor stress management and all that stuff that I wouldn't mind to admit. And it's always like dudes too. Um, and I'll say this: I'm more comfortable being friends with like men than women. Like, it's no offense to the ladies out there, you know, but I don't know. It's just dudes are just more easy to talk to than, well, I say this and I have like a best friend who's a female, but case in point, like, I don't know. I have more guy friends than I do, you know, gal friends. Granted, I was more of a tomboy growing up, so I guess that might have something to do with it. Um, uh, or it could also be something else, but the I'm not gonna. I already talked about that once before. I'm not gonna go over it again. Um, I feel like legitimately, like the only way I would actually go outside is that if I there was like an errand for me to do, and if I had like the money, I would, you know, like I would buy something. Um, because I'm not gonna lie, like walking out and going to store is kind of a bit more cheaper than ordering from delivery because that shit's annoying where you have to pay fees and stuff. And there are times, of course, where you don't want to step out because it's so fucking hot outside. It's one of the reasons why I don't usually go outside either, especially in like Florida heat. That shit's annoying. Like, I'm like, winter come, fucking winter season, please. This is why one of my favorite holidays are always like October, not October, Halloween and Christmas. Well, granted, fall and winter are like my favorite seasons in general. What do the temps get to for you in winter? Ooh, that's a good question. I'd say like if I'm going by from like what last year was, I'd say 60s, and that's like about as close as it will get to cold. It's rarely like hits any 50s. About as close to 50 would be like late 50s. But even then, that's just nah. And keep in mind, Florida obviously is not arid or anything. Here we have a day or two every year, and it gets to -60. Damn. I mean, isn't Minnesota like in like the Midwest, right? Yeah. Though I think it's more in the northern states as well. So your guys are more closer to a place like Canada or some shit. Very top of the US. Yeah. The funny thing is that I don't know geography, but yet I can fucking remember that. Okay, this foot is way too big than the other. I definitely need to shorten this. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Fun fact, my tribe was given the most of the northwest angle. So technically, I can ask for a land assignment and put a trailer up there. Ooh. Honestly, lucky. I wish we had our own home. Especially the fact that you're in like the bum fucking nowhere. Oh man. Though I could imagine that would get probably boring after a while. You get used to it. Yeah, man. I wish. I would give anything to live by myself. Though the nearest town to me is 32 miles, and I'm surrounded by mostly trees and animals. Oh, what would I give to just, you know, to live like that, I guess? So, the only issue, of course, when it comes to living by yourself in that kind of way is the mental degradation. Like you need to have some form of social stimuli because if not, then you'll, you know, because you can't live in solitude for too long. It's crazy how desensitized we are to bears up here. I had a friend from town come up once and she saw a bear and she acted like it was a lion. Nah, I bet. I mean, as they say, they're more afraid of you than you are of it. You just gotta make yourself big enough to uh get them away from your ass. Or something like that, right? They are dangerous, but a lot of the time they're big scaredy cats. Yeah. Just like me for real. Just kidding. No. No, I'd say I'm more of like a black cat, if anything. And I've taken 2 quizzes that say that. And I'm at this point like accepting it. Also dumb because they like to dig in the garbage when people leave the extra stuff from deer out for them. I mean, they gotta scavenge and find food somehow and survive their own way. Yeah. Like when we get trash pandas and stuff and they rummage through our garbage because they're scavengers. So, need to figure out. I see them sometimes, but I mainly see rabbits when I walk at night. So I need to look this up before. How long? Damn. Oh. Oof. Are the flaps on the side of the head ears? Yes. Yes, they are. No. That's not what I wanted. Thank you. They're fluffy. They're big. And, it's like, I always love big fluffy ears. It's so cute. It's like, think of rabbit ears, but like the floppy rabbit ear kind with like some fluff. Actually, to be honest, a better example would be one of uh those like spaniel dogs, I think. Like Lady from Lady and the Tramp as an example, I guess. Yeah. That's like probably as best as I could put it. It's like that kind of like thin, but not really. It's like a good enough amount of fat and cartilage for it to have some like depth, but it's just really like thin, flappy, fluffy ears. Another, I guess, example I could think of is a Terriermon from Digimon, but those are definitely thick boys. Those are definitely some thick rabbit ears. I mean, overall, they're quite fluffy in general, clearly. Though I gotta. Now I just have to do the hands and the tails, which is gonna be a bit of a pain. Not to line this, though I'm looking at the time right now, and it is pretty late. And I do need to edit this video down VOD later. I would probably have to unpublish it though here, because of the little mishap earlier. Trying to. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm surprised you've been live for almost 6 hours. Honestly, same here. I guess I'm not gonna lie, at the start of this stream, I was a bit bummed out because, you know, being alone and kind of not having nobody to talk to for quite a bit gets a bit depressing after a while. But I'm like, I guess having someone to talk to in chat does really help and lighten the mood and, like, you know, emphasis on the live stream to keep things lively and going. Yeah. So, I guess I'll probably save the rest of it for tomorrow, or I will just finish it off stream. I don't know. What are we thinking? It's been nice getting to know you. Yeah, likewise. I definitely would have to stream a bit more earlier, though, because I like to see some more art, but whatever is easy for you. I mean, I have been thinking about wanting to do some fan art stuff on stream. It's just, I get so uncomfortable trying to do that stuff on stream because, I don't know. I never really, well, I say that, and I drew Walton File stuff not too long ago, so can't really say that. It's just that when it's more leaning towards like streamers that I watch and or content creators and whatnot is when I get a bit embarrassed, I guess. I don't know. I definitely will have to make like sketches and stuff. Um, I could probably save this for tomorrow and like finish the rest of it later. I just have to set up another canvas to like put them all in. Do a Mona Lisa of Moist Critical Chicken. I mean, you know, you know, someone probably would have already made that. Uh, that'd be pretty funny though, actually. Um, but yeah. Um, I guess this is goodbye for now. So, probably see you tomorrow, or you know, or anybody tomorrow, really. But yeah. All right. Catch you next time. Yeah. Bye bye.